They want to come. They will come, but we won't move. New Mali. We want a new Mali. And that's why tomorrow we're calling on our people inside and outside Mali to come out massively.
Supporters of the new regime have been celebrating in the streets. Meanwhile, we are learning more about the men who have emerged as leaders of the coup. Colonel Assimi Goïta has installed himself as the leader of the military junta. He's said to be one of the commanders of Mali's Autonomous Special Forces Battalion, a respected officer of a unit which has actively fought against the country's insurgency of Islamist militants. He's also participated in military training exercises with the United States. The 4 other officers who appeared with him in a televised address are colonels as well, believed to have long resumes in the field. Diplomatic sources say the delegation heading to Mali would be calling for the immediate release of Keïta and be led by 4 heads of state, including former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan. However, another of the coalition leaders, Mountaga Tall, believes the president and his family are safer with them for now.
It was necessary for the armed forces to intervene, to secure them, to protect them and exfiltrate them. To ask that today, immediately, he be returned to his home is to risk his life. Who will be responsible?
Late on Thursday, the coup's leaders ordered the country's borders reopened after they were also closed earlier this week.
Doctors in most of Nairobi's public hospitals went on strike on Friday to protest against delayed salaries and a lack of personal protective equipment for dealing with coronavirus. Organisers say the strike began at midnight on Friday and comes after Kenyan doctors have posted pictures on social media of what they say is inadequate gear supplied by the government. In a separate incident, police used tear gas against dozens of protesters who'd gathered at Freedom Corner in Uhuru Park to demonstrate against allegations of corruption in the procurement of protective gear. The head of the government-run Kenya Medical Supplies Authority has been suspended over allegations the agency procured low-quality items and inflated prices of others. Matthias Schupeta was among those protesting.
Kenyan government knows the thieves, and it is time they must arrest these thieves. We do not want to die in our hospitals. Hospitals are run by money, and if this money is being stolen, we will not have hospitals.
Some activists say that they're considering launching private lawsuits against some officials.
The United States said on Friday it had suspended cooperation with Mali's military in response to the overthrow of President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta, as thousands gathered in Bamako's Independence Square to celebrate the junta's takeover. Keïta's ousting has dismayed Mali's international partners, who fear it could further destabilise the former French colony and West Africa's entire Sahel region. The United States regularly provides training to soldiers in Mali, including several of the officers who led the coup. A Pentagon spokesperson referred on Friday to the events there as an act of mutiny. But pro-coup Malians danced, tooted vuvuzelas and welcomed the junta members like soccer stars when they arrived to thank their supporters. We are happy to be with you this afternoon. We thank you for your support. We thank the whole of the Mali people for their support, the junta spokesman told the crowds. The junta's representatives met with a group of politicians on Thursday evening to discuss how best to move forward and organise a transition to civilian power.
The leaders of 15 West African states are sending a delegation to Mali in the hope of restoring order amid the military junta that overthrew that country's president this week. And a coalition of opposition political parties have joined the armed forces in rejecting any foreign interference to the ousting of Ibrahim Boubacar Keita. Cheikh Oumar Sissoko is a leader in the opposition coalition.
Ils veulent venir, ils viendront.
They want to come. They will come, but we won't move. New Mali. We want a new Mali. And that's why tomorrow we're calling on our people inside and outside Mali to come out massively.
Supporters of the new regime have been celebrating in the streets. Meanwhile, we are learning more about the men who have emerged as leaders of the coup. Colonel Assimi Goïta has installed himself as the leader of the military junta. He's said to be one of the commanders of Mali's Autonomous Special Forces Battalion, a respected officer of a unit which has actively fought against the country's insurgency of Islamist militants. He's also participated in military training exercises with the United States. The 4 other officers who appeared with him in a televised address are colonels as well, believed to have long resumes in the field. Diplomatic sources say the delegation heading to Mali would be calling for the immediate release of Keita and be led by 4 heads of state, including former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan. However, another of the coalition leaders, Mountaga Tall, believes the president and his family are safer with them for now.
It was necessary for the armed forces to intervene, to secure them, to protect them and exfiltrate them. To ask that today, immediately, he be returned to his home is to risk his life. Who will be responsible?
Closing Bell West Africa is proudly brought to you by Boa Group, unlocking opportunities.
Hello and welcome to Closing Bell West Africa, where we cover some of the top news impacting the financial markets across West Africa. I'm Kenneth Ibon, and thank you so much for joining me on the show today. Coming up on Closing Bell West Africa, we'll be looking at the regional integration efforts of the continent. I will be speaking to the AFDB to find out how the annual meetings is shaping up this week. Back home, our market watcher tells us how investors at Nigerian stock market should be investing today. Also on our lineup, we'll break down the performance of the agri sector in the second quarter. We'll be looking closely at the GDP report out today. That's all you can expect on Closing Bell West Africa today. You can share your thoughts with me at CNBC Africa. You can also let me know what you think. The hashtag to use is CBW410, and my handle is at Kenneth Igbomo. But first, let's take a quick look at some major headlines making rounds from across West Africa at this hour. Starting with the GDP report, Nigeria's second quarter GDP figures show a 6.10% decrease year-on-year in real terms, ending this 3-year trend of low but positive real growth recorded since the 2016-2017 recession. Nigeria's National Bureau of Statistics says the decline was largely driven by COVID-19-induced drop in domestic and international economic activity during the quarter. The second quarter oil sector figures for the period also show a decrease of 13.8 percentage points relative to Q2 of 2019. Moving on to another story around the COVID-19, the Commissioner of Health of Lagos State, Akin Abayomi, has tested positive for the coronavirus. In a Twitter update, Abayomi, the man who has been at the forefront of the COVID-19 fight in Lagos State, Nigeria's epicenter of the disease, confirmed that he would now proceed on a 14-day self-isolation and treatment at home. Meanwhile, 322 new confirmations take Nigeria's total confirmed COVID-19 cases to 52,227, while over 38,900 patients have been discharged, with over 1,002 deaths recorded. Moving on to Mali now, negotiations are slated to continue today among mediators from West Africa's regional bloc, ECOWAS, and Mali's military junta over plans to return the country to civilian rule. According to Nigeria's former president Goodluck Jonathan, who leads the ECOWAS mediator delegation, both parties have been able to agree on a number of points. Meanwhile, a spokesman for the military junta, Colonel Ismail Wagwe, said compromises were reached on certain aspects. Still in Mali, meanwhile, Amadou Ba, the president of Mali's banking lobby, says the regional branch of the West Africa's BCEO Central Bank has reopened for the first time since a military coup last Tuesday. The reopening of the branch, which had closed for security reasons, could ease a potential funding crunch for the country. On to crude oil prices now. Brent crude oil prices rose in early trade today as storms closed in on the Gulf of Mexico, shutting more than half of production. Also, signs of progress in the development of a COVID-19 treatment is also having a positive impact on prices. Past noon, Brent crude was up 35 cents to $44.70 a barrel. And these are some of the top stories that we are checking across the region of close to West Africa. Now, on to the equities market now. Nigeria equities sustained largely bearish trend across the 10 sessions. Interesting times for the markets this time, as the market is coming up with as we'll find out what the GDP numbers mean for the equity space in Nigeria. And Andrew Sako is a trader at Capital Care Trust, joins me now for this conversation. Thank you so much for your time on the show, Andrew. And let's first start off with the GDP numbers and how are the markets taking it?
You rightly pointed out in your story, the GDP numbers came out a little more in the negative, 6% loss, after a very long time of having tried to remain in positive territory. That hasn't, of course, come as a surprise because given the effects of COVID-19 and all that, it was very much anticipated. All said, the equities market, interestingly, has defied those numbers today, having posited a positive in that direction.
All right, Andrew, but looking at some of the hardest hit sectors, when you look at the GDP report, by how much will those numbers then influence how traders play in those sectors?
One of the key things you would readily ascribe to is the fact that, the market has very much been perturbed to an extent in the early quarter of the year, particularly at the commencement of the COVID-19. However, we've continued to see some leverage coming along the line, particularly against the numbers of listed companies. A good number of them have actually surprised investors by the kind of results they have brought along the line. So to that extent, the market has shown much more sentiment in the positive territory rather than the negative. And that's part of the reason you keep seeing the market, bringing up some kind of positive performance.
All right. Well, looking at the sector's performance, though, we're looking at the telecoms and agri sector also, performing quite good and standing out from the pack. How do you think the market players are going to play on the stocks that in those areas?
One key sector actually that has dominated the market space over this period is actually the financial services sector. Agri, particularly today, has had some uptick, given the fact that Presco particularly stood out, in terms of volume of activity, and that puts it in the positive territory. However, market has largely been driven over this quarter by, the performance of the financial sector stocks, particularly the likes of Zenith and GT.
All right, but let's get into the market performance today. We're seeing that marginal gain here from the market today. We're seeing the market is up 0.02%. What were some of the key drivers of today's trading session?
Like I said, one of the main drivers, has remained, the financial sector. If you look at the statistics, both in terms of volume and value, so much of dominance has been exhibited by this sector. And that's also understandable if you, take into cognizance the fact that a number of sectors have remained very much in a lackluster territory, given the fact that the lockdown, had been on course for a while. Yeah, there's gradual easing, and we're looking forward to much more But of course, you know, the financial services sector has not been totally closed, given the fact that, I mean, whether people do business or they don't do business, some level of activity will still be taking place, particularly in the consumption side. And for you to consume, you need resources that are warehoused by the bank. So to a large extent, the banks have remained in business, even though at some moderated level. So we'll continue to see some dominance coming from there. The consumer space too will do some much more, given the fact that consumption will take place, whether you're looking at products or services, or even in terms of expansionary activities along the lines of infrastructure. So the likes of Dangote, WAPCO, and those in the cement business will enjoy some level of patronage.
All right, then. Thank you so much for your time and contributions on this show. Definitely quite a lot to be looking at to see where that value is in our markets here in Nigeria. Thank you so much for your time. I've been speaking to Andrew Saku. He's a trader at Capital Care Trust. Moving on now, Nigeria's agricultural sector grew by 1.58% in the second quarter of the year, despite the economic headwinds that led to a 6.05% decline of the non-oil sector. Nigeria is also targeting smallholder farmers to drive the first phase of the National Nigeria Economic Sustainability Plan. And I have Chike Nwagu, who is the CEO of Novus Agro. He joins me now to share more on this. Thank you so much for your time on the show today, Chike. Let's first get your take on the performance of the agri segment. We're looking at crop production, we're looking at livestock, we're looking at forestry, and also fishery.
Yeah, thank you. I think the results are just exactly what we expected. Agriculture and obviously food consumption has obviously proved to be COVID-proof. You know, people have to eat and consume despite all the challenges with COVID. However, it still remained a bit flat, meaning that it's not really expanding as much as the investment so far from government would more or less lend itself to.
All right, Chike, but still quite a lot when you look at how the sectors performed this time around, looking at and I'd like you to speak to some of the factors that you think would have led to that steep rise that we're seeing in fishing and also livestock.
Okay, of course, livestock, especially poultry, has been on the up and up in Nigeria. It's, I mean, we grew from less than 15,000 birds to 150 million, less than 50 million birds to 150 million in about 5 years. So one of the things that probably has led to the uptick has been creation of, well, would I say, less competition from imports. You know, government has sought to ban the importation of poultry, and that has seen an uptick in activities in that sector. I mean, in crop production, you know, all of last year was dominated with ban on the importation of rice from across the land borders. So some of these policies gradually are beginning to coalesce into agriculture actually beginning to perform at levels that they normally are expected to perform at. However, I think quite a lot is being made out of this simply because the other sectors performed so badly.
All right, but Chike, when you look at the performance of the non-oil sector as a whole, and as a country that's looking to build a resilient economy, you know, and by how much you think we should be focusing on this sector to build that resilience?
No, I mean, definitely agriculture is one of the low-hanging fruits in terms of sectors that government should focus on. And to tell the truth, government is doing quite a bit. The central bank has, I know, disbursed quite an amount of funds to maize farmers towards the provision of inputs for this planting season. The Ministry of Agriculture also just announced something about input support, to farmers around the country. But however, there's just one factor. One is that for this year and going into next year, the outlook doesn't look so good because the weather has been unusually dry. The onset of the rains have been quite late this year, so it will be interesting to see what productivity at the end of the year would be. But it probably would not be as good as. And then some of the interventions often come slightly later. However, I think there are also some interventions aimed towards dry season planting this year. So let's see.
All right, Chike, I think at that point we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your contributions on the show today. Definitely quite a lot to look at when you look at the agri sector in Nigeria, talking about crop production, poultry, and quite a lot going on in that space. I've been speaking to Chike Nwagu, the CEO of Novus Agro. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, Closing Bell West Africa continues.
Closing Bell West Africa is proudly brought to you by Boer Group, unlocking opportunities.
It takes less than a minute to wear a mask, and even less to catch the COVID-19 virus. We are witnessing a surge in COVID-19 cases, with many lives being affected by a virus that has no respect for age, race, gender, religion, or status. But you can help stop the spread. Wear a mask, wash your hands always, and maintain social distancing. You just might be saving a life. My name is Abdul Samad Rabiu. Wear a mask, save lives.
Honesty and integrity to reach for the stars. We must all get down to work to build a better life for all.
The United States said on Friday it had suspended cooperation with Mali's military in response to the overthrow of President Ibrahim Boubacar Keita, as thousands gathered in Bamako's Independence Square to celebrate the junta's takeover. Keita's ousting has dismayed Mali's international partners, who fear it could further destabilize the former French colony and West Africa's entire Sahel region. The United States regularly provides training to soldiers in Mali, including several of the officers who led the coup. A Pentagon spokesperson referred on Friday to the events there as an act of mutiny. But pro-coup Malians danced, tooted vuvuzelas, and welcomed the junta members like soccer stars when they arrived to thank their supporters. We are happy to be with you this afternoon. We thank you for your support. We thank the whole of the Mali people for their support, the junta's spokesman told the crowds. The junta's representatives met with a group of politicians on Thursday.
Closing Bell West Africa is proudly brought to you by Boer Group, unlocking opportunities.
Welcome back to Closing Bell West Africa. Now this week, the annual meetings of the African Development Bank will be a key focus on the continent, and Africa's regional economic integration efforts aim to create larger, more attractive markets that link landlocked countries to the international markets and support intra-African trade. So how does the COVID-19 pandemic affect Africa's development and regional integration agenda? I have with me Khalid Sharif, is the AFDB's Vice President for Regional Development, Integration and Business Delivery. Thank you so much for your time today, sir. And let's start by getting your thoughts on COVID-19 and Africa's development trajectory and what quick fixes we can put together to shore up manufacturing on the continent.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. So obviously, COVID-19 is a big challenge for the African continent, and for what we're seeing, while the levels of infections have not been detrimental across the board from a health perspective, the fallout from the economic impact has been quite significant. So if you look at what COVID-19 has done to a series of African countries, it effectively has really put back Africa's development prospects in a big way. Foreign direct investment has pretty much dried up in the continent. Oil prices, which are at record lows, also have implications for 6 African oil producers who get about 70% of their foreign exchange revenues from oil. Their budget situation is now extremely precarious. And when we look at the African continent as a whole, commodity prices also are at record lows. So if you export precious metals, with the exception of gold, if you export cocoa beans, coffee beans, a wide variety of agricultural produce, commodity markets are off, depending on which commodity we're looking at, about 60 to 70%. This is obviously putting an incredible strain on the economies of Africa across the board, their ability to finance their budgets, their ability to finance their development initiatives, their ability to make their scheduled debt payments are all adversely affected. So in a nutshell, if the pandemic has not decimated the African continent, but the economic effects of the pandemic in terms of demand for goods and services emanating from Africa have caused quite a severe economic downturn.
All right, Khalid, so this week we're looking forward to the annual meetings of the AFDB, and definitely quite a lot of conversations going to come around the Africa's efforts at regional integration. But I would like to get your thoughts on the importance of not losing that progress that we've seen so far, talking about the AFCFTA and other initiatives that have been put together to drive regional integration.
Well, that's a very good question. So, as you know, the African continent, we have 54 nations across the continent, and in about 18 of these countries, Africans live off less than $2 a day. In another 14, Africans live off less than $5 a day. And so when you live off $2 a day, or effectively even $5 a day, at $2 a day, we're talking about populations that are living from hand to mouth. And if you have no ability to consume, that is, you have no disposable income, if you do not consume, you don't send a signal to the private sector to invest. If you don't send a signal to the private sector to invest, in turn, there is no employment to speak of. And this is why in many of these countries, foreign direct investment for extractives is what's basically helping their economies prosper. So the agenda, the African Development Bank's agenda, has always been to fight extreme poverty, to create wealth, with the understanding, of course, that labor is a derived demand, derived from the demand for goods and services. So demand for labor itself doesn't come unless the populace at large is able to consume. And unless we get disposable income, unless wealth increases, we don't have that impact. So in reality, for the regional integration agenda, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, has one primary objective, and that objective is to create wealth. That objective, in turn, is to create demand for goods and services, and that, in turn, creates demand for labor, finally getting us to a level of job growth consistent with the needs of countries to create jobs and a level of wealth that allows us to prosper as a continent. Obviously, this is somewhat derailed with, as I said earlier, foreign direct investment being curtailed in a big way because of COVID, but this makes the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that much more important for the continent. And so Africa has to work together as an economic union to help each nation create wealth for its citizens to be able to get us beyond the COVID-19 crisis, to get us back on the path of resilience, and to get us back on the path of development and the elimination of extreme poverty.
All right, Khalid, thank you so much for your time on Closing Bell West Africa today. Definitely quite a lot to ponder on and look as Africa makes that move to do more with itself. I've been speaking to Khalid Sheriff, he's the AFDB's Vice President for Regional Development, Integration and Business Delivery. And with that, we come to the end of Closing Bell West Africa for today. And thank you so much for being a part of the show from me and the team. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Closing Bell West Africa is proudly brought to you by Boer Group, unlocking opportunities.
One, two. You weren't there. You weren't there when humans conquered fire, when they wore animal skin attire or invented the bicycle tire. You weren't there when they created algebra, built the pyramids in Giza, or painted the Mona Lisa. You weren't there when they first made paper or built the amphitheater, when they calculated gravity or made flying reality. You weren't there when they composed the classics or discovered antibiotics, made the mechanical clock, or taught the world to rock. But you could be there and with your own eyes witness new acts of human genius. Be there to see the alliance of art, music, fashion, and science. See a futuristic festival filled with ideas new and radical. Performances magical in a 6-month-long spectacle. This you can't afford to miss. It's the best of humankind in the greatest show of our time.
The leaders of 15 West African states are sending a delegation to Mali in the hope of restoring order amid the military junta that overthrew that country's president this week. And a coalition of opposition political parties have joined the armed forces in rejecting any foreign interference to the ousting of Ibrahim Boubacar Keita.
Welcome to Closing Bell East Africa. It's Monday, the 24th of August. We are coming to you live from Rwanda's capital, Kigali. Now, coming up on the show, a spike in COVID-19 cases among the East African community member states. We take a look at the situation down south in South Africa. We also speak to the CEO of AC Group on the company's latest product line. Now, if you want to comment on these topics or anything else you see on the show today, tag us on Twitter at CNBC Africa, or you could tag me directly at The Real Quizera. Closing Bell East Africa starts right now. But first, the regional top stories. We'll start off here in Rwanda, where the country has registered a record-breaking 200 new cases in a single day and crossed the 3,000 mark of confirmed cases. Now, this is the third time in the last 10 days that the local record of the highest new cases registered in a single day has been broken. Now, the cases were detected from 6,402 tests carried out by the Rwanda Biomedical Center. Now, on the same day, 1 death was recorded, bringing the total number of COVID-19 related deaths to 12 in the country. Moving on, but still in Rwanda, well, the technical and vocational training education sector, commonly known as TVET, is set to receive a boost after the government of Rwanda and South Korea entered an agreement worth about 8.7 billion Rwandan francs. Now, according to Rwanda's Minister for Finance, Uziel Ndagijimana, the financing agreement is expected to strengthen the sector and develop competent TVET graduates who can meet labor market demands. Finally, in Kenya, well, Kenyan Airways has announced that it's planning to lay off half of its pilots. Now, a move that seeks to enable the carrier cut in costs amidst the global COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the layoffs will span across the next 3 years, saving the airline approximately $30 million. Now, according to the airline, the pilots count for 10% of its total workforce, but take home the equivalent of 45% of the overall payout to employees, which translates to almost $60 million. Now, that's all for today's regional top stories. Let's take a moment to look at how the markets are performing. We can see the Rwandan franc there struggling, while the Kenyan shilling seems to have picked up against the global currencies. Now, how exactly can the increase in digital infrastructure and technology be aligned with adoption, affordability, and equality? Well, earlier we spoke to Patrick Buchana, the CEO of AC Group Limited, for more on this and the company's latest product.
I think the drivers for penetration of mobile phones will not depend on what's happening. It will really depend on what policies and what changes that private sector and government decide to put in place. A very vivid example is if government can move most of their inefficient services to the mobile phone, it creates a case for someone to have access to different services on mobile phones. And if it's a push from both government and private sector, if transport companies can have different applications that allow passengers to board and pay for their transport on mobile phones and government services on mobile phones, it creates a very good case for someone to actually acquire and use a mobile phone. Because we also have a large number of people who have mobile phones but just use it for the very basic minimal features like WhatsApp. So if we can create cases for people to have mobile phones, then naturally demand will go up, and that means prices of gadgets will go down. You will have companies like Tecno, Samsung flooding the African markets with affordable devices because there's economies of scale. And so it really depends on what initiatives are being put in place for the demand to be created. And even in the pandemic, we can still see a large spike in purchase and ownership of mobile phones. And I think it's also an opportunity because with services accessed on mobile phones, it also reduces the chances of contacts between people and the need to move out of your home.
Patrick, you're talking about economies of scale, usage of smartphones beyond just the minimum, which is messaging for most companies. Your company has benefited in one case or the other from mobile phone penetration. Could we say this, or the lack of it, is holding back so many, or the growth of the industry across other markets on the continent that may not have the same levels of internet penetration to mobile penetration, to say the least?
Absolutely. I think there's very limited growth. People are limited, but most importantly, services are also poorly delivered in some of these markets or services that are still manual. And so there's time wasted, but as well there's opportunities missed.
Let's talk about something that has been launched recently. We had a conversation with your COO a few weeks back, but we want to hear it from the horse's mouth, a person who has led these efforts. Tap and Go Ride, it has come into the market. There have been rumors, at least in our financial circles, that Tap and Go Ride has been in the works for a very long time. Now, you have competitors on the market already. What are you doing differently to ensure that you come and dominate that industry, because it's quite competitive?
Yeah, I think competition is very good, and I appreciate that. And I think we've also learned a lot from some of the players that have been in the market before. So what we think we're doing different is that we have a unique opportunity to create seamless transport. We already have the bus network, all buses in Kigali, and all about 85% to 90% of the buses going up country. And so what adding the motorcycle for us is creating seamless transport for our commuters. And in a way that the bus, you connect through our application, the bus gets you to the closest point to your home on the main road, and then you have the motorcycle waiting for you just to do the last mile. But also, we're looking at the opportunity that we're bringing to motorcycles. And we think innovation is something that has been holding them back from realizing their full potential and adding various services. Delivery, a few other logistics, errands and the likes, but also giving them a digital footprint that will have them have access to different financial services, mortgages for their houses. And so we're presenting these to the motorcycle riders, and also presenting this case to our commuters. And I think that will give us an edge over the rest of the competitors on the market, among very many services that we will be launching along the way. So please stay tuned.
Basically, going in for the kill right there. But Patrick, how is it hard to convince the riders themselves to get on board with this? Because from conversation with some of them, they feel like, there's a token being taken away from them. Everything is being monitored now. How hard is it to get the riders and consumers on board and say, you know what, this actually helps you in the long run?
I mean, so it's an advantage for us to come in last, but we've actually had an overwhelming flow of riders coming to join the Tap and Go. Within our first installations, we did about 5,500 riders coming to get installation, and 2,000 more overflowing and on the waiting list to be installed, and we think we're easily going to get to 10,000. I think the case for this is there. We've managed to show them what they can do with just having their transactions go through a financial institution, including the fact that they can get mortgages, but also we're also packaging the safety component and the fact that they can get access to health insurance within small micro installments, and have access to inpatient care of about $1.9 million, which is about $2,000, which they previously couldn't have managed to get. And so we're packaging all these and saying, look, you have a fee that you're going to be paying out for us to provide this service to you, but look at all these other benefits that you're going to get along the way. And I think if you spend most of the time, convincing them and trying to have strategies that can have their behavior change activated, then you have a very good case for them. Because quite frankly, it's significant investment that is being put from the different providers into this motor taxi business. But the opportunities for the motor riders and the passengers are enormous. And one other thing that we're also going to prioritize is the safety of both the rider and the passenger. And we'll use innovation to ensure that, the rider behavior and the swerving and the braking and the cornering is kind of monitored, and we ensure that it keeps improving with time. So that and a few others also are some of the benefits that the riders are going to see.
That was Patrick Buchana, the CEO of AC Group, speaking to us earlier. You're watching Closing Bell East Africa. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Closing Bell East Africa. Now, small and medium entrepreneurs have been the most affected businesses during the current COVID-19 pandemic. So what do they really need to survive? Eric Kaku, CEO and founder of ES Partners, joined us earlier for more on that and the African Resilience Initiative for Entrepreneurs that is set to be launched today.
More than anything else is to think about ways in which they can reinvent their businesses, because I believe that COVID is hitting our economies, our entrepreneurs, and our people in ways that nobody could have predicted a few months ago. So I think what's more important than anything else is to be able to take stock of the situation that they are in. And then once that's done, is to then get the resources in terms of financing and skills required to get the kind of business they need to grow themselves back up. Because I believe that SMEs actually are the first response as it relates to being able to rebuild our economies in Africa post-COVID. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that the SMEs get always the funding and the assistance that they need to thrive, which at ESP we call intelligent capital.
Talk about intelligent capital. When people think capital right now, especially in this moment, people want cash. They want, some form of liquidity, and that is hard to come by. We have seen economy recovery funds all over the continent, but it seems to be like they're going to the corporations and not going to those businesses that really need them. Now, many experts are predicting that the economic impact of this on those SMEs, we are far from it. It's going to happen probably in the first half of next year or the last quarter of this year. What's your take on that?
Listen, I think that's actually very, very right, because from the research that we have done at ESP, we've realized that actually about 50% of businesses only have 36 days of cash on hand. What it means is that if you look at what they have on the bank accounts and you compare it to what they spend every day, they can only last for 36 days. If you think about 25% of businesses, they have actually a lot less than that. They have something like 18 days. What it tells you is that a number of our SMEs especially are living hand to mouth. So it's clear that with no injection of cash, many of those businesses are likely to really go bankrupt. So yes, I mean, people are right in stressing the need for SMEs in Africa to get funding in order to restart the businesses.
That reinvention that you're talking about, many are saying, it's going to bring about more collaboration between various industries. You're talking about the likes of restaurants now having to partner with delivery services, and that becomes one supply chain. People are talking about things like hotels, tourism, partnering with the aviation sector to also become, one form of supply chain. Is that the future of industries? Are we looking at a 360 kind of network for industries to be able to survive, and possibly this will be the new normal?
Absolutely. Look, I really think that what's really clear, I mean, if you look at what has happened over the past 15 years, nobody expected that the crisis that we had in 2008 was going to happen so soon, because when that happened, everybody was like, oh, this is a one event that happens every 100 years. So it's going to be a long time since we have something else like that. Now we have like the COVID crisis, which by the looks of it is even worse than what we saw in 2008. So to me, we have to look at those black swan events, which were supposed to happen once every 100 years. Now they're happening probably once every 10, 15 years. So we have to build economies, and we have to build businesses that are a lot more, I would say, like resilient to shocks, like, really businesses that are able to adapt and adjust. So definitely collaboration is going to be part of the new normal. But I think beyond just the collaboration aspect of it, there are going to be aspects around the technology. So how do we use like digital to really change some of the ways in which we do business? I'm pretty sure that for you as CNBC, you are doing a lot more interviews with Skype than you used to like a few weeks ago. I mean, and for somebody like me who used to travel 60-70% of his time, it's really very different for me to be just in one place in Abidjan and be doing meetings, in 5 to 10 countries every single day. So to me, we are living in times which are different, and they are here to stay. So when things are like that, past the initial shock, what's important is for us to think about how we reinvent ourselves And how do we really identify maybe new opportunities and new sort of markets that can help us grow our businesses? How do we build the skills which are going to help us to fulfill the needs of those markets? And then how do we get the funding to make it happen? Which is why we are launching the program that we are launching today, actually.
Eric, just before we let you go, talking about that program, the African Resilience Initiative for Entrepreneurs that you are leading, yes. What does this entail? Who gets to benefit from it?
Listen, what it entails is a one-in-a-kind, program which targets the SMEs, especially the ones which are led by women. What we are trying to do is to provide them with what we call the intelligent capital. What is it specifically? It's basically three things. Number one, it is helping those SMEs find new markets which they can serve. As a business, unless you have a vibrant market, you can go very, very far. The second thing that we are going to do is to really give them the skills and coach them to serve those markets. So once we've done the two, we are looking then to provide some funding, right? So for us, it's really important to have a holistic solution where we bring those three elements there. So access to market, access to skills, and access to funding. When I speak about funding, I think of funding of up to $150,000 in zero-cost loans for businesses. So for us, it's really important that people keep this in mind. The second thing which is important as well is that the program actually targets 8 countries: Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Uganda. For us, it was important that the program targets those countries because then we are able to build a community, which is another distinct feature of the program, because often what's being done for businesses, especially the SMEs in Africa, is just for one country within the country, but we felt it was important to help network those businesses to foster the collaboration that we were talking about earlier.
Eric Kaku, CEO and founder of ES Partners, speaking to us earlier. Now, at a time like, the COVID-19 pandemic has seen a spike in cases in East African community member states, with Rwanda reporting a record number of cases. That's about 200 new cases in a single day, and that crossed the 3,000 mark of confirmed cases. Now, this is the third time in the last 10 days that the local record of the highest new cases registered in a single day has been broken. We have also seen a spike in cases in neighboring countries like Uganda that have also reported record numbers, with over 347 cases reported just yesterday. Kenya as well has reported over 300 cases on more than 7 occasions. Now, my colleague Zinati is joining us from the Joburg studio for the latest on the COVID-19 pandemic and update there in South Africa. We believe that the people, that South Africa has already, it feels like it has hit its peak, and there has been a decrease in the number of cases there in South Africa. But on the other hand, cases seem to be spiking here in the East African community member states. What's the latest on the COVID-19 situation down south, Zinati?
So, Arnold, it is very interesting that you are saying that new cases of about 200, 300 are alarming in Rwanda and Kenya, when in South Africa we've seen new cases going to 13,000, 14,000. And I think now they are around about 3,000, more than 2,000. So it is very interesting that those levels are alarming for you. Just to give you some statistics on South Africa, I think we are now at almost 610,000 cases in total. We are 5th in the world in terms of the number of cases, and we have over 13,000 deaths. But good news is that our recovery rate is increasing. So our recovery rate is currently at 83%. So that is very, very good news concerning, considering that there was great alarm in the beginning of how the cases were increasing. And just interesting is that we had actually one of the strictest lockdowns in the world. If you remember, alcohol was banned, cigarette sales were banned. So we are now on softer restrictions. We are on level 2 of lockdown. But from level 5 to level 3, alcohol sales and cigarette sales were banned due to health concerns. So we had to to increase capacity in hospitals for COVID-19 cases. And it is quite interesting. Has Rwanda had a strict lockdown?
Yes, Rwanda had also one of the most strict lockdowns, and there have been talks of maybe a new lockdown, but the question has been, can the economy sustain a renewed lockdown? What is happening right now here is there are partial lockdowns in what you would call in areas that are where they are finding more than 20, 25 cases. Those areas are being locked down, but that has been done on very remote cases. But I wanted us to also talk about the policies, especially when it comes to things like education. What happens to the students who are supposed to be, all the pupils who are supposed to be doing their matric this year? When you going by Rwanda's example, looks like schools are not going to open again until next year. Kenya has announced that schools won't open again until next year, while our neighbors Uganda say schools, that decision on schools reopening is going to be made in the first week of September.
So just to go back, before I answer that, just to go back to your question of reaching the peak. Yes, we have reached the peak in South Africa. We have actually passed it. So the peak was predicted to be around August and September, but it seemed that we passed it at the end of July. So in terms of education, it seems that the curriculum is due to go on as planned. Maybe I think it got extended by a few weeks, but it is indeed going as planned. Schools have reopened. We did have some breaks where schools were closed for about 4 weeks, and we had certain grades coming into school. So for example, matrics came into school, started coming into school I think a few months ago, and where, you know, the lower grades could still work from home. And there have been, you know, online classes hosted. So in terms of the education and the curriculum, it is due to go on as planned, although there have been some delays. But it isn't like in Rwanda where there's a complete lockdown. So I'm just interested now with the curriculum in Rwanda, with the education curriculum. Are schools due to open next year, and around about what time, and how is the phasing in going to occur?
So the plan is to have the schools reopen in January. Now, it came at a very interesting time for Rwanda, being that also the education curriculum was being revised, and schools were supposed, starting next year, the new academic year was supposed to begin in September from January, which had been the previous time for when the academic year was going to begin. But now, because of COVID-19, this seems to have shifted. So there seems to be a great shift. But it also has given the Education Ministry a lot to ponder in terms of some of the projects, like the one laptop per child project, where each pupil is supposed to be having a laptop. More classrooms are being built. The students to teacher number ratios are being reconsidered. So it's like it gave them a room to replan and restrategize and have a new strategy for the classrooms. Their online education is being pushed as much as a factor. And the latest that members of parliament are talking about is homeschooling, which has been unheard of here in Rwanda. But just before I let you go, Zinati, how is the trust between the population and the government policies in how the COVID-19 pandemic is being handled there?
So I think the government has done very well in terms of economic policies. Level 5, level 4, they started off with tax relief measures and also wage support through the Unemployment Insurance Fund. And then they introduced the relief fund of 500 billion rand. But now the problem is that the president came out in an address about a month ago saying that there has been some corruption activity that is seen in terms of the procurement of those funds, where you get cases where those funds don't even get to the people that they are intended for. So that is a bit of a problem, and we have known in South Africa we do have an endemic of corruption, but it just seemed a little bit alarming that that corruption would even extend to a pandemic. So the trust between the public and the government is not at great levels. And I mean, it has not always been at great levels, but it has worsened. And now that also, you know, risks the trust in the governing party as elections are coming up as well. And that will determine how the party does in the next elections.
Is that elections seem to be going to play a big role across much of East African community when it comes to the decisions being made about the pandemic? Thank you for making the time, Zinati. That's all we have for today's show. Feel free to tag us on Twitter at CNBC Africa using that hashtag CBF410 or myself at The Real Quizera to join the conversation. You've been watching Closing Bell East Africa. After the break, it's Closing Bell South Africa.
Honesty and integrity to reach for the stars. We must all get down to work to build a better life for all.
We'll discuss the implications for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We'll begin in Ghana and discuss the investment case for Ghana.
A lot of the countries in Southern Europe are in crisis.
It's either banks start lending as advised by CBN or we see reinvestment.
These are matters of international public law.
At times, your traditional wealth measures can be incomplete when it comes to trying to predict growth.
junta. He's said to be one of the commanders of Mali's Autonomous Special Forces Battalion, a respected officer of a unit which has actively fought against the country's insurgency of Islamist militants. He's also participated in military training exercises with the United States. The 4 other officers who appeared with him in a televised address are colonels as well, believed to have long resumes in the field. Diplomatic sources say the delegation heading to Mali would be calling for the immediate release of Keita and be
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Closing Bell South Africa, your wrap of the markets day. My name is Fifi Peters. We begin with the latest happenings in South Africa's restaurant sector, because earlier this morning a deal was announced. A famous brand selling its 51% controlling a stake in Tasha's to the founding family. This is in line with the group's 3-year strategy to focus less on its signature portfolio brands. The founding family of Tasha's currently holds the remaining 49%, and joining us to unpack what this will mean for the restaurant chain is Natasha Sideris, who is the founder of Tasha's. Natasha, thanks so much for your time. Quite a lot of public interest in this deal. The funniest comment I read was no more Steers chips at Tasha's, because obviously you'll no longer be part of the famous brands family. Yeah, I know. So, Natasha, so Famous Brand says that they are selling your company back to you, if I can put it that way, because it's no longer in line with its strategy. Why are you buying?
Look, it's been a dream of mine to always, in the last couple of years, to be able to buy the company back. I think that with our global strategy and the trajectory that we're on, it was something that I wanted to do. It is my namesake. I think the partnership with Famous Brands was an unbelievable foundation for us, and I think we're well on our way to doing it on our own. Extremely grateful to Darren Healy, especially. He's been unbelievable in the last couple of years. But it is my namesake. I am the founder, and I just think that the timing was absolutely right. So, you know, we've got plans. In fact, as well.
A parallel.
Sorry, Phoebe?
Sure, a parallel was actually drawn with Herman Mashaba. I'm saying a parallel was drawn with Black Like Me founder Herman Mashaba also buying his company back from Colgate, I believe. But Natasha, Famous Brands has said that the deal is it's not a materially sizable amount in its balance sheet, and it doesn't think that it's necessary to disclose the price tag to its shareholders. But can you enlighten us? What is the value of this deal in terms of price?
Unfortunately, I'm under strict instructions for no amounts to be disclosed, so unfortunately I can't assist with that.
All right, we'll have to wait and see until we can get that deal. But Natasha, all right. No, understood. So you sold this business in 2008. You sold the 51% stake to Famous Brands. Then it was 2 restaurants. You're buying it back. 18 restaurants in South Africa, I understand, and 8 in the United Arab Emirates. On the surface, that would look like a great deal for you. You've managed to grow under their stable, and you're buying back a bigger behemoth, if one can put it that way. But of course, one has to bear in mind what is happening with COVID-19 and how it has impacted the restaurant industry. So just talk to me. I mean, is this deal as sweet as it looks on paper, or are you seeing really tough times ahead given the impact of the virus?
Look, Vivi, we cautiously optimistic. I think brands that have been able to be quite agile during COVID and brands that have been able to adapt and really look at their businesses with a critical eye are those that will survive. I believe the COVID's here to stay for at least another year or maybe even 2. And it's really about how brands are able to adapt. I'm extremely proud of my team, both in South Africa and the UAE, in terms of adaptability. And that's coming through in the numbers. We're still very well supported. And while our turnovers are down, I'm confident that we'll get back there pretty soon. I think it's all going to come down to consumer confidence, and are you making your customers feel safe in the environment, and are you giving staff a safe environment to work in? So, you know, as I say, I'm cautiously optimistic. I think we've bought it at the right time. You know, they always say a good deal is when both parties are equally happy, but also equally a little bit bitter. So, and maybe that's not the word to use, a little bit unhappy. And I think on both sides, both Famous Brands and ourselves, we've both done a good deal. We're both pleased with the outcome.
And Natasha, what exactly does this all include? So are you buying the manufacturing and the distribution facilities? Exactly what are you getting here?
No, so what we're buying is all of the intellectual property to the brands and their names. We are buying the franchising business in South Africa and of course the franchising business in the UAE. So it's purely the franchise company. Of course, we've got aspirations to rear-end integrate and do distribution into our own stores. We've got a short-term deal with Famous Brands where they will continue to supply us with coffee and a couple of other key items. But in time, obviously, our plans are to take that over. I also plan to grow the business substantially. I didn't buy it to stand still. We've got plans for the Middle East, for Europe, America one day, big dreams, big aspirations, and of course to be able to include the supply chain. But we, as a franchise company, never control the supply chain. That all came from our partners at Famous Brands.
Because often in these transactions, when you know, companies are bought, and particularly in difficult times like this, you see a focus on costs and cutting the costs to ensure that you're able to get out on the other side and live out those big ambitions that you're talking about, the US and other geographies. So I'm wondering if it's going to be the same in this case. I mean, are you preempting your potential job losses, particularly here in South Africa, as a result of the economy made worse by the pandemic?
No, so I think, you know, in terms of job losses, that was already sort of one of the things that sadly had to happen with the pandemic. And when we talk about job losses, we actually have not fired anyone, our franchisees have not fired anyone within Tasha's. We're waiting to see what will happen with the turnovers, and our hope is that we'll be able to bring back all of our staff. Certainly from a head office level, we haven't cut any of our staff members, and that's not our intention. You know, all our values and our guiding principles in the company of putting our people first will still be in place. We all took a haircut, myself included. We were earning at some point during this pandemic 30% of our salaries, and that applied to everyone across the board from a corporate point of view. And we're currently still with our salary cuts. I think we've got to tread cautiously. You know, we don't know what's coming around the corner. We don't have a crystal ball, and I think we certainly are not going to skimp on quality. We're not going to skimp on ingredients. We're not going to skimp on service. You know, Tasha's wouldn't be Tasha's without the things that makes it Tasha's, which is all driven around quality. But are we looking at doing things in a more clever manner? Is there a smaller menu, which we've done immediately now as COVID happened? We shrunk our menu. We weren't doing deliveries before. Now we are doing deliveries. So, you know, when I spoke about pivoting, I think that's really important without compromising. So I think there's a lot of brands that are trying to pivot a bit too much. And probably making some compromised decisions. You know, this thing will pass, and the brands that haven't over-compromised and have stood to their values and their principles will be the ones that will continue to be supported.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a 12-year journey to 2018. About a 12-year journey under the Famous Brands stable, and I'd just like to know any regrets in initially selling your baby.
Look, you know, when you sell something that you are the founder of, obviously there are some regrets, but along the journey, no regrets. I've learned a lot from Famous Brands. I am an entrepreneur at heart, a restaurateur at heart, and an artist at heart, and I love to create. Famous Brands has really taught us some really amazing corporate governance, some disciplines that we needed in the business in terms of admin, and that's really helped us a lot. So no regrets. I think, you know, we've learned what we can. I think it's been a mutually beneficial relationship, and it's just, you know, the right timing for us to take over now. So no regrets. I think any relationship
Natasha,
that you
best of luck. Sorry, just complete that. Any relationship you're in?
I said any relationship you're in, as long as you're in a business relationship, you always got to try and look for the positive and take what you've learned from it. And we've certainly learned a lot. And I hope Famous Brands has learned some stuff from us as well.
So for other founders who are potentially approached by a big business to sell one day, and perhaps even yourselves coming out of COVID-19, would you advise them to go in that route?
Sure. I suppose it depends at what stage you are in your growth trajectory. If you're a really small company and you're a young entrepreneur like I was, no longer so young, and the timing's right, and you're going to partner with a company that is going to assist you in your growth, then I'd say yes, jump in with your eyes wide open, do as much research as you can. But I think synergy is really important. But after this buyout now, we wouldn't be looking at selling our business in the near future at all. I've got plans to grow it over 5 years, potentially do our own IPO if we do well. But yes, my advice would be to young entrepreneurs, if you need the backing and you need the systems and the procedures in terms of day-to-day, not your operational running, because I think that it's got to be left to the operators, but certainly from an admin point of view, if you need that type of support, then I would suggest that yes, it's been a good move.
All right. Sorry, Natasha, just for clarity, you would be looking for a potential listing in 5 years where here on the JSE?
Not on the JSE, no, in London or America. We plan to roll out everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah. Big ambitions, big
dreams. That is exciting news. That is really exciting news. I hope I'm still a journalist to be around to cover that story in 5 years. Natasha, we're going to have to leave it there for now. That was Natasha Sideris, the founder of Tasha's. Of course, talking about the big story, Famous Brands selling its stake back to the company. The size of that transaction not disclosed. But they're planning an IPO in 5 years' time. So quite a telling view that Natasha and the Sideris family has on the restaurants industry and its outlook and how it comes out of COVID-19. Anyway, let's go to a short break. We talk markets and the trading day that was when we return. Stay with us.
It takes less than a minute to wear a mask, and even less to catch the COVID-19 virus. We are witnessing a surge in COVID-19 cases, with many lives being affected by a virus that has no respect for age, race, gender, religion, or status. But you can help stop the spread. Wear a mask, wash your hands always, and maintain social distancing. You just might be saving a life. My name is Abdul Samad Rabiu. Wear a mask, save lives.
Welcome back. Time to take a quick look at your top stories. Edcon has signed an agreement to sell part of its business to private equity-backed Retailability. This comes on the back of the South African retail chain entering into voluntary business rescue in April, after the COVID-19 pandemic hurt the finances of the company that was already struggling. Earlier this month, Edcon did sign a deal with the Foschini Group, selling some of its assets in Jet. Recording the most COVID-19 cases in Africa, South Africa has one of the strictest lockdowns in the world. Now, 5 months after the first COVID-19 cases was recorded in the country, health authorities are confirming that South Africa has passed the peak of the pandemic. Meanwhile, in the east of the continent, Rwanda is seeing a spike in infections, and joining us to give us more detail from Kigali is my colleague Arnold Kwizera. Arnold, good to catch up. Yes, so I see quite a lot of panic around the fact that 200 new cases recorded at the weekend. What's behind them? Because, I mean, we have seen a lot of countries testing more, and thus the increase in cases is expected. We've also seen a lot more reopenings of economies, therefore, people interacting with each other, and increased cases expected. What's the case for Rwanda?
There has been, unfortunately, a gradual increase of cases in the country, especially after lockdown was lifted. Now, if we actually remember properly, Rwanda was one of, if not the first African country to go into a full lockdown. That is in March, when the first cases of COVID-19 were confirmed on the continent. They are right now, if we talk about numbers, Rwanda has more than 3,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19, of which about 1,758 of these have recovered, going by yesterday's numbers. But there has been a gradual increase. That gradual increase has been over the last 10 days. The country has been seeing record numbers of cases each day, with that peaking at the moment at over 200 cases in a single day, with the previous number having been just about over 150 cases in one particular day, and then 97 the day before that being the highest number of cases. Now, the reason for the increased number of cases, according to the Ministry of Health and the Raya Biomedical Center that are carrying out these cases, is there's been mass testing happening in the markets. Now, remember, the markets were originally closed during the pandemic, during the early days of the pandemic, due to the lockdowns, which have been lifted now to curfews that start at 9 p.m. and end at 5 a.m. And that, according to, there have been speculations that there will be new lockdowns, but experts, especially economic experts, say we can't, as a country, we can't afford to go into another economic lockdown, but we expect our emergency cabinet meeting to be sitting this week, and new resolutions to be passed on regarding how best to contain COVID-19 in the country.
Okay, Arnold, I was going to ask you a question as to whether you're thinking another lockdown is on the cards, but you've already answered it, and I think we'll have to catch up once that special economic meeting does happen to chart the way forward. That was my colleague Arnold Kwizera in Rwanda there, giving us the latest happenings of the COVID-19 cases in that country. And let's shift the focus back here in South Africa and take a look at the trading session that was. It's a good start to the week once again. And joining me to unpack this is Nesson Naya, the Senior Portfolio Manager at Sasfin Securities. And Nesson, thanks so much for your time as always. It looks like risk is back on the table, or demand for risk. JSE up really strongly, Rand back below levels I like to see it at, below 17 to the dollar. What is behind all this buying?
I just think it's the fact that maybe people now for the first time believe that we are truly well on our way to a recovery from this crisis. You know, we've passed peak infections anyway. That's what the gurus tell us. Index back at 57,000, as you said. Rand looking stronger. Financials led the pack today. You know, and remember, financials has really become a proxy for SA Inc. Shares, even though we didn't have the greatest set of results from Absa or Mutual. But I think the market's absorbing the fact that maybe we've seen the trough in earnings. Maybe we recover from this point onwards. But certainly, as you say, optimism in full swing at the moment. And I think presents a good start to the week so far anyway.
Yeah. So your take then on ABSA results. A lot worse than what we did see coming out of Standard Bank. Also, the drop in HEPS a lot steeper than what we have heard forecast out of First Rand and even Nedbank that's due to report sometime earlier this week. What did you make of how Daniel Mnele and his team are trying to keep the balance sheets afloat in these tough times?
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. You know, these results from ABSA, basically earnings are going to be wiped out. It's 94% down, basically right out profits for this year. A lot worse than, as you pointed out, than First Rand, Standard Bank, and even to an extent Nedbank's recent updates that they've given us. But the question is, you know, is something taking place at ABSA that is perhaps, a little bit more sinister? Apart from just the COVID-19, I don't think so. I think, there's a couple of things to remember here. The first thing is that ABSA was the weaker bank going in to the crisis. You know, we had a crisis on the SA economy even before the COVID-19 crisis came along, and I think that just sped up things a little bit. And ABSA was certainly on the weak side of that, even if you look at the share price. So it's understandable that their results would consist of both the hit from COVID-19, but also, from the weaker economic backdrop, which was affecting them to a greater extent. The question is, for me anyway, are we seeing a trough here in terms of ABSA? Well, we've got a new management team in, and we know that when new management teams come in, there's always a kitchen sinking of, whatever the previous management team were doing. So, I think this was just an opportunity for Daniel Mnele and his team just to, clean up the balance sheet, as you say, and, put themselves on a firm footing from which to grow earnings. The banks are looking cheap. I'm of the view that maybe they get a little bit cheaper, but certainly they're in territory now where a long-term investor, can look for opportunities to get into them right now.
All right. And what opportunities is the market seeing in Aspen, best performing share today, coming out earlier with an announcement saying that it's in talks, about potentially doing something with its segment in its European business. What does the market think is going on there?
It's funny, Aspen, a few years ago, whenever they announced a deal, an acquisition that they were doing, the share price would react in a similar way, it would go up 10% or so. Nowadays, when they're announcing disposals, it seems to be having the same effect on the share price. Of course, the investment case for Aspen has been weakened in recent years because of the huge debt burden the company is carrying, and without the earnings growth to be able to pay down and support that debt, put a big risk on that share. They sold that business. You'll remember the infant milk formula business, Lactalis. They've sold an operating subsidiary in Japan, and now potentially, I think, a disposal in Europe would help to reduce debt levels even further, which will take the risk away, which is why I think investors are feeling a little bit more confident to buy up the share. But I think generally for a pharmaceutical manufacturer in this climate right now, I think it's a great place to be. So I'd watch Aspen, look for an entry point there as well.
Right. Interesting deals coming out, famous brands. It got me excited. And I just want your view on, who's the winner and who's the loser in this transaction. Famous brands saying the deal size, it's too small. You guys don't really need to know what price it is. But that would be significant in my view. Who's the winner, who's the loser out of this?
It's hard to pick winners and losers right now. Famous brands have been battered. Together with a lot of South African companies, Woolworths comes to mind as well. We spoke about Aspen, that have gone overseas and, try to grow with this heavy debt load. Invariably, there's going to be some disposals. The debt is not going to pay itself off, it's just going to grow. And I think with famous brands, one needs to be, particularly wary. I don't think they share too much information that they don't need to share. Tasha's has been a great franchise for them. They've done really well out of it. But, COVID-19 has changed the economics a little bit for a lot of these high-end restaurants, and there needs to be a lot more innovation that takes place. So we'll just have to wait and see. It's too early to tell.
Just one last one, Nesson, Bidcorp. I know that's a stock that's quite loved by most people. Strong confidence behind the management team to weather most storms. I was about to say, so why you guys? Why have you turned your back on who you once loved here?
So it's the fickleness of the investment community. Everybody's a long-term relationship manager, but unfortunately, when your earnings are down 50% and we thought they were only going to be down 30%, you're gonna get punished, and I think that's what we saw today. The share has been very resilient, though. It hasn't been a star performer like a Naspers, but it's held onto its own, and an economy and in a climate that it was invariably going to experience a big drop in earnings. This is a business that supplies ultimately to restaurants and B&Bs, and it needs an open functioning economy, and I think a lot of the hotel businesses now are still under a lot of pressure because of lockdowns and restrictions on gatherings and things. I think they were going to invariably show a contraction in earnings. I didn't think, I wasn't too surprised. I thought maybe they did quite well, but I think the market was expecting not a 45 to 50% drop, but more like a 30% drop, which is why the share was sold off a little bit today.
Yeah. No loyalty in tough times, you guys don't have. But we'll leave it there, because obviously money is involved here, and you're loyal to your money and your returns. But Nesson, thanks so much for your time as always.
That's exactly true.
Nesson Nair, who is the Senior Portfolio Manager at Sasfin Securities. Let's go to a short break. More Closing Bell in just a moment.
Jeremy is 40 and has a 500,000 Rand retirement annuity. What if he switched his RA to Outvest and continued to save 10,000 Rand a month until he's 60? With Outvest's revolutionary one fee, he'll pay 90% less in fees than on some traditional investments. And with performance of selected funds comparable to their competitors, Jeremy could get over 4 million Rand more when he retires. Go to outvest.co.za or SMS OUT to 32337 and we'll call you back.
In challenging times, it is easy to forget what ignited your passion for business. Remember when you were a dreamer, a change maker, a job creator. Recall the promise, the rush, the prospects of success, and the dawn of a brighter tomorrow in the absence of isolation. The new reality of today requires a reboot, a reimagining, and a redirection of ideas. Let's reload opportunities, reimagine growth, renew connections, redirect conversations, regain advantage, revive this economic powerhouse, reignite Gauteng. In us, you have a partner who can open doors, connect you to opportunities, and unlock Gauteng's dynamic possibilities. Remember GGDA.
Welcome back. In some market news just coming out of Discovery saying that it has been downgraded. Its note issue, its bond issue, in fact, on the 1st of April 2020 has been downgraded by Moody's. It says that the downgrade is in line with the sovereign down rating rather. So that rating action taking Discovery's rating to BA1 from BAA3. Yeah. That's the latest there from Discovery. More information in just a moment. Staying with the financial sector and news happening there, Absa came out with its results a little bit earlier today, and its share price increased despite the bank posting a 93% decline in profits in the first half of the year. Earlier on Power Lunch, my colleagues Chris Bishop and Zinati Guma spoke to Absa CEO Daniel Manele to unpack the results. Let's take a look.
These impairments are based on our best judgment, based on what we know now. As we've indicated, quite a part of it has got to do with management judgment with regard to how we expect the second half to unfold, and some of it has to do with taking into account the high level of uncertainty that still characterizes our operating environment. And there are also issues that have to do with us yet having to get a better understanding on how the various payment relief programs that we've offered previously will pan out. What we have done is to be prudent and to adopt a more cautious approach with regards to exercising that judgment. But I'm very comfortable that we were disciplined and we were prudent in exercising judgment in terms of what we need to provide for.
Now, Daniel, bad loans have drilled a huge hole in your earnings. How do you plan to get out of it?
Well, I think one issue, what one needs to highlight as well, is that obviously these provisions don't equate losses, that these are provisions for possible potentially expected losses based on our current judgment. So from a point of view of going forward, clearly, as everyone does, we hope that with the economy now being progressively opened up and us getting down to lower lockdown levels, as indeed we've already had some encouraging signs of activities coming back. We are starting to see more demands for our loan products. Applications have been going up in the last few months for mortgages, for vehicle and asset finance portfolios, for example. So our fortunes are very intricately linked with the fortunes of our economy. And so we expect to see some recovery in the second half of the year. But as you know, our overall expectation, based on most recent forecast, is that we will see a contraction, say, in the South African economy, which is our largest market, of no less than 8.3% for 2020.
Well, bearing in mind everything that's happened in the last 6 months in this economy here, where do you think the growth is going to come in your business?
Look, I think it is also important, Chris, to highlight that beyond this number of 82% of our drop in headline earnings, which is quite substantial and indicates just how severe the impact of COVID has been on our business across our markets, given these lockdowns of varying proportions. But I think beyond that, there are a couple of other messages that I think come out of these numbers. For instance, we have seen our revenue growth being quite resilient, and despite slowing significantly in the second quarter, it grew by 3% year on year to just over 40 billion, a quite respectable performance considering the significant sort of pressure that banks have been under during this period. We have managed to contain our operating costs quite well, which have declined by 2% year on year, and part of it having to do with previous actions that were undertaken on a structural basis to deal with costs, but also very disciplined actions, cost management actions that were taken in response to COVID. So the way in which we've responded to the crisis, the way in which we've migrated to different ways of working and entrenching remote working models, optimizing our cost base should put us in good stead when the economy recovers, and we obviously continue also to have healthy capital and liquidity buffers.
Right, ABSA CEO, they're walking through the numbers that came out a little bit earlier, and taking one last look at the market's numbers. It has been a good start to the trading session. JSE higher, following most of its global counterparts, Firma as well. Of course, in news just in regarding Discovery and the downgrade to its issuance by ratings agency Moody's. So what's happened to its long-term issuer ratings on a global scale, that's been taken down one notch from BA1 to BA2, and its national scale rating has also been taken down from AA3 to A1, and Moody's has assigned a negative outlook to it, which is similar to that of South Africa. Another big story today, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority has slapped Tongaat Hulett with a 20 million rand fine. This is after an investigation found significant accounting irregularities and fraud, in fact. But joining us to give us insights into the investigation is Brandon Topham, who is the Divisional Executive for Enforcement at the FSCA. Brandon, thanks so much for your time. This is quite interesting. So the initial fine was 118.3 million or so. For good behavior or cooperation, it would seem Famous Brands got a 98 million rand discount to that fine. Can you help us understand exactly how that discount was calculated?
It was not a discount, we call it a remittance. Similar to the Steinhoff matter, the transgression is considered very seriously, but because there's so many innocent people that are affected by the fine, the shareholders of the people who effectively pay the fine for offences that are committed by persons that are no longer with the company. So we just felt it's more fairer for the shareholders that we remit a portion of the fine.
Okay, so fairer for the shareholders, but what do you think it does to dissuade or deter companies who do engage in creative accounting of falsifying and misleading their financial statements, knowing that once everything goes pear-shaped, they can either plead poverty or plead acting in the best interest of their shareholders and kind of get off on a very, very light hook?
Look, 20 million isn't a light hook. It's one of the highest fines that's been levied in the country. Bear in mind that the real perpetrators, and that's what companies must understand, that the people behind the offences will be further investigated, and we are investigating them, and they will be paying fines which will be much higher than the 20 million rand. But the important thing to understand is the fine is 180 million rand. But there is a remittance because of these other factors. That the real perpetrators, their fines will be a lot higher.
And how far are you with those investigations against the real perpetrators? I imagine you're talking about the CEO, Peter Stoder, and the other management team that was making the decisions at the time when results were falsified.
Yeah, there are a number of people, some are directors, some are not. And in the case of Tongaat, we'll probably only be getting to some finalization there in the early part of next year. Unfortunately, because it's a lot more complicated in the case of the company has admitted that there were irregularities, so our burden of proof reduced quite substantially. But when you go after individuals, they all proclaim they are innocent, and therefore we have to build a much stronger case that we can enforce it in a court of law. So it does take a little bit longer.
Okay, and then can you give us an update on the investigations between or on the individual members of the Steinhoff saga? Because I know, as you did mention, the FSCA did fine the company. What's the happenings regarding the individuals, the CEO then, Marcus Jooste, and the team that assisted in his clever or creative accounting too?
Well, there's two parts of that investigation. One involves insider trading. There we believe within probably the next 30 days we should have something that will be coming pretty public. And with regards to the financial or the misreporting of information, that's probably closer to the end of the financial year, to the calendar year. So November, December, I'm hoping to get to more finalization with that.
And then, Brendan, we are out of time, but a quick one. I mean, what has taken so long regarding the Steinhoff saga specifically? I mean, it's been since 2017.
Yeah, it'll be 3 years in December. Remember, it took a year to get the forensic report, and 2 years sounds like a long time, but it's actually pretty fast as far as enforcement action goes. Worldwide, the average is 3 years for simple cases. And considering that Steinhoff is one of the most complicated financial frauds, it's not great, but we're working on it.
Okay, we look forward to that, as is the conversation in 30 days' time. Brendan, when you do wrap up the case on insider trading hopefully we can have a follow-up conversation with you then, and once again in November, but we'll leave it there for now. Thanks so much for your time with us this afternoon. Of course, I was in conversation with Brendan from the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, who was giving us the latest update there on Tongaat and why the fine, not discounted, the remission was reduced to 20 million as opposed to 118.3 million that was the initial fine. But Brendan Tapham, the Divisional Executive for the FSCA, there. Thanks so much for watching Closing Bar South Africa. As always, we are out of time. Have yourselves a great evening, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
watching Beyond Markets, where we bring you up to speed on development outcomes in Africa. I'm Kenneth Iboma, and thank you so much for joining me on the show. Coming up today, we'll discuss the New Companies and Allied Matters Act in Nigeria and find out how Nigeria hopes to reform the business ecosystem. You can join the conversation, let us know what you think. The hashtag to use is Beyond Markets. You can also hit me up on my handle, that's at Kenneth Iboma, and the hashtag for CNBC is at CNBC Africa. Now, the year 2020 has been infamous for many reasons, but despite the headwinds, Nigeria is scoring a major point when it comes to reforming its business ecosystem. On the 7th of August, Nigeria's President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Companies and Allied Matters Act of 2020, which repeals and replaces the earlier act that was held sway for 30 years. So what does this mean for doing business in Nigeria going forward? My guests today are Jumoke Oduwole. She's the special advisor to the Nigerian president on the ease of doing business. And I also have Toyin Bashir. She's the partner at Banwo and Igodalo and also the head of the legal cluster of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC. Now, there's quite a lot to look at there. Jumoke, let me start with you and first understand how we got to this point as a nation, to the point where we got this new act in place.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. So it's been a long time coming. Stakeholders had been asking for reforms on this particular piece of legislation since about 2004. That's when the first stakeholders started working on this. For one reason or another, we needed to consolidate. So when we came into office in 2016, we started working on this with a whole host of stakeholders from the legal community, with the National Assembly, with the capital markets. So there's something in it for everyone. It's been a real journey of collaboration, and we're really delighted that we were able to make this happen.
All right, Toyin, for you, I'd just like to know what this bill really means for you going forward and for business in Nigeria.
I mean, like Dr. Oduwole mentioned, it's been a long time coming, and the business community essentially is very pleased that we are able to witness this day, which has been long awaited. I mean, so essentially, when I look at it, and then I think maybe it's also important to mention that I supported the government in the review of this bill. In my role, of course, as head of the legal cluster for the Enabling Business Environment Secretariat. So I have some insight around the thinking that went into it. So the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council took deliberate efforts, you see, to engage the leadership of the National Assembly to essentially review this bill and pass this bill. And so the thinking behind it just basically covered about 5 objectives. One, to make it easier to set up and also to operate a company. So when I think around that objective, I think around the provisions that I see in the Act currently. So we have the single member provision, which enables a single person to set up a company. I mean, we're living at a day, I can use the tech space, for example. We see very young people who are coming up with a lot of technology solutions, and they want to come into the formal sector, and they don't really want to partner with anybody at the start. So they're able to quickly set up the company, which essentially basically supports entrepreneurship. And then we have provisions like removal of the declaration of compliance, and instead we now have a statement of compliance. In this regard, when you're registering a company, you actually don't need a lawyer to sign off on your company. The person who's setting up the company can just basically sign that statement of compliance, and then that takes you to the next stage, which is just generally being in the formal sector. And then there are other provisions like the introduction of the issued share capital as opposed to authorized share capital, which enables companies to use their capital properly for the business, and avoids all this front loading where you don't actually need that share capital. So we now have the concept of issued share capital. So only the shares that you require at the time can be registered at the CAC. And then even more broadly, we see the introduction of new legal business vehicles. So we now have two new types of companies. We have limited liability partnerships. We have limited partnerships. I mean, a lot of investors, I would say maybe the private equity space, have been pushing for limited partnerships. Lagos State had a state law, but now we have a federal law which has fully established, the limited partnerships. So moving on from setting up and operating the companies, We also have, the objective of transparency and bringing our laws in line with international best practice. And I'll use an example. When COVID right now, and one of the key issues that businesses were confronted with was how they were going to hold their meetings virtually. Our laws did not support that. But not even having anticipated COVID, at the time, they had inserted provisions which now makes it possible to hold virtual meetings. And when we think about businesses that have directors, multiple directorship, or multiple shareholders, and when you have different companies, and the fact that all of them had to always assemble in a room to hold those meetings, and the fact that we have a national corporate governance document, a national corporate governance policy, which basically encourages companies to have meetings at least 4 times in a year. But now, people are able to convene, which was pretty difficult because you have people in different countries and in different cities, even in the country. But now they're able to meet virtually and take those decisions, those crucial decisions, which they need to in order to move the business forward. So there's so many progressive provisions.
Definitely.
Yes, beyond that. But that's, I guess, just a bit of some of the provisions that the business committees are excited to see.
Yeah, definitely quite a long list to go through there. Definitely quite a long list to go through there, and as much as possible, we'll try and get into as much detail of the act as possible. But let me get back to Jumoke and understand what this means for ease of doing business in Nigeria and how much this could move the needle.
Okay, thank you very much, Kenneth. So for us, we're delighted to have impactful provisions. Like Tony mentioned, with the area of starting a business, that's a key one always for doing business in Nigeria, all the way down to insolvency. We now have very strong business netting provisions, business rescue provisions. And then with things like transfer of shares, electronic transfer of shares and netting provisions, we're going into our debt derivatives market. So there are a number of things from the very sophisticated to the more basic, smaller companies not needing company secretaries or auditors anymore. And then we have some really deliberate provisions in the area of transparency and corporate governance. So when you look at the very holistic regime that we're putting in place, from 1990, the last time that we had a very catalytic legislation of this nature, 2000, here we are, 2020, again, revolutionizing our business climate space. The private sector is delighted. Like I said earlier, a number of stakeholders worked on this piece of legislation. I must commend the 8th National Assembly and the 9th National Assembly, really demonstrating continuity in government as several stakeholders in the federal space, from the Securities and Exchange Commission, of course, the host agency, the Corporate Affairs Commission, and a number of others. So it's been an exercise in collaboration, dealing with removing of costs, reducing costs. For instance, the amount for registering a charge has been reduced. So that whole regime is down about 65%, making it easier to do business, making it faster to do business, making it more transparent. These are the areas where we work on. If you're referring to our rankings, yes, we will see the needle move. We're delighted to have that happen. But beyond that, we're most happy to deliver concrete impact on Nigerian business climate.
All right, then let me get to Tony now and talk about small businesses and definitely what they can get out of this act.
Okay, so again, there was a deliberate attempt to actually establish a framework that would support SMEs. I think Dr. Duale mentioned the role of SMEs in any economy. They are the engine for any economy. So there was actually a deliberate attempt to ensure that those provisions support SMEs so that they can thrive within the Nigerian business space. So the first step, so the CAMA, the new act recognizes, and even the previous legislation recognized small companies. So there was a definition section where the small companies were defined as companies that have a share capital of, a turnover of 2 million and below, and also net assets of the value that is 1 million and below. Just even looking at those figures, so any company that was earning a sum beyond 2 million wasn't considered a small company. So that was the first thing that was done to redefine that section. So the current section, which relates to small companies, defines small companies as companies which have turnover of 120 million and below, and a net asset value of 60 million and below. So any company being incorporated post-CAMA 2020 and which earns, which realizes turnover of 120 million and below is considered a small company. So that was the first step. And then we now look at exemptions. So the idea was, hey, how do you make it easier for businesses to use monies which they were, essentially using for other things other than the business itself, and just generally make it cheaper and easier for them to then undertake this business. So there were exemptions. There are now exemptions for company secretary, for an appointment of an auditor, for holding annual general meetings. Also, you can also have a single director for a small company. I mean, so one of the things I think that I have been hearing from stakeholders is, doesn't that create a situation whereby those small companies operate, just generally anyhow and are not able to develop? But you must also understand that they do not function in vacuum. I had mentioned the existence of a national corporate governance code. Corporate governance codes all around the world are usually not mandatory. They encourage businesses to adopt certain practices that would enable them have firm structures and also make them attractive to investors, both local and international. So what this does for them is that, unlike when it was mandatory, they didn't have to get a law firm or an auditing firm in their books, so sort of like on a retainership on a yearly basis. So that was money that was paid. So, but nothing is stopping those businesses from accessing legal services or audit services on an ad hoc basis. And then the ultimate incentive for those businesses is that any business person wants to grow his business. So we'll continue to build those structures over time. And that eventually, when it gets to the threshold where it stops being a small company, then can come into the formalized structure where those provisions are then compulsory. So those are some of the exemptions that have been given to small companies, and as I mentioned, these are MSMEs, and the essence is to make it easier and cheaper for them to undertake business in Nigeria.
All right, then let's talk about impact and what we can expect from it. Looking holistically at the CAMA 2020, Dr. Oduwole, I would like you to speak on, where we can expect that biggest impact to play out.
Well, the first thing that is most striking is the amount of provisions that will make sure that the cost of doing business comes down. So that's going to deliver a huge amount of impact generally across the whole ecosystem. And then the speed at which people can do business, as Mrs. Bashir alluded to, not needing physical meetings, being able to have electronic signatures, the fact that electronic documents will be, certified true copies of electronic documents will be tenderable as evidence in the court of law. There are things that are being put in place to make sure that private companies, the private sector, are relaxed and can face their businesses. The regulatory burden, the whole idea of the Act is to reduce the regulatory burden, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises. We've cleaned up things like relics, like the use of a company seal. We removed, like she mentioned earlier, the need for a declaration of compliance. It's now voluntary, or it's not, rather optional. You can do your own statement of compliance, or you can issue a declaration of compliance by a legal practitioner attested to by a notary public. So the impact that we're almost certain immediately will come to the fore with very little time lag will be the cost reduction. I mentioned earlier the charge regime, registration of charges. That cost regime has been reduced by about 65%, we're expecting. And a host of other provisions. It's the largest piece of legislation we have, over 800 provisions. Several areas have just been amended to make sure that the impact being felt will be reduction of cost, reduction of time, making things generally easier to do business for small businesses and for larger businesses. Public companies are not left behind. They can now have virtual annual general meetings. You see, especially in these COVID times, very useful for companies to know that the law backs what they're doing, to know that electronic pieces of documentation will be tenderable as evidence in courts of law. So these are the things that we're pretty excited about, that we're able to deliver and make sure that the ecosystem is just more agile and more nimble to adjust to these interesting times.
All right, there's definitely quite a lot to unpack there. And in fact, I'll be picking you up on that when we come back from the break. Hold that thought for a second. I'll be speaking to Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. She's the special advisor to the Nigerian president on the ease of doing business, and Toyin Bashir. She's a partner at Banwo Ighodalo and also the head of the legal cluster of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC. The market continues after the break.
It's not a question of place.
It's not a question of temperature.
It's not a question of dedication.
In fact, it's not a question at all.
Energy has to be better. It's our responsibility.
And our commitment
to make it better.
For all of us.
Total, committed to better energy.
Through hard work, honesty, and integrity, to reach for the stars. We must all get down to work to build a better life for all.
Welcome back to Beyond Market. If you're just joining us, we've been discussing recent reforms in Nigeria, talking about business reforms on the ease of doing business. And my guests have been Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. She's a special advisor to the Nigerian president on the ease of doing business. And I also have Toyin Bashir. She is a partner at Banwo Ighodalo and also the head of the legal cluster of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC. Definitely quite a lot we've been unpacking so far on the CAMA 2020 bill. And then, you know, before we left off, Dr. Oduwole was already hinting on the importance of having legislations keep up with the pace with current realities, especially since the COVID-19 is foisting a very uncertain future for the rest of the world. And I'd like you to continue on that point, Dr. Oduwole.
Okay, thank you. So basically, just to say that it took us quite a while to get this whole piece of legislation reenacted. And it's not going to take us that long at all. It's going to be a continuous process, just like you see the finance bill. The stakeholders have come together in a strategy that works. You have just a winning circle, basically. You have the federal government, you have the National Assembly, you have private sector coming together to work out best fit for the Nigerian economy. So we're very excited about that. It really was a journey and an effort in a lot of collaborative exercise, and it's bearing fruit. So that we're already in discussions. We're already working on our next piece of legislation, our omnibus bill, again on business facilitation. We have the Nigerian Bar Association section of business law partnering with us on that, again anchored by Mrs. Bashir and other stakeholders in the sector. And so we're just very excited to be able to keep churning out reforms that will make sure the business climate is more competitive and that things are basically cheaper, faster, more transparent, with, pardon the pun, just easier to do business.
All right, Tony, I'd like to get your 2 cents on this as well.
I mean, so yes, Dr. Duale has said a lot. I'll just chip in 1 or 2 things. So I think for me, it's very important that we continue to review our laws, again, because the world is moving at a very fast pace. There's this new thing called technology, which has seeped into every endeavor. And I would just even use, I mean, since we're talking about CAMA 2020, I'll talk around that. I mean, just the fact that we had a law that was basically structured around manual filings, you had to send documents all around the world for people to sign before you can submit it at the CAC, or you had to physically also go to the CAC, the Corporate Affairs Commission, to make these submissions. But now, I mean, as a result of the review of this law, we now have progressive provisions which enable stakeholders to file documents electronically. Has enabled electronic signatures. Even we had these huge documents called registers that you keep for companies, and it had to be physical documents, as in they were big documents. The minutes, book, register of members, now this information can be stored electronically. So imagine a world where there's not a continuum in that. And I believe that the government has recognized a need for this, and those interventions are being made, and that's what Dr. Duale alluded to. It's a continuum. We have to continue to review that, laws to make Nigeria more competitive. It also draws investor confidence, because you look at the happenings around the world. So for instance, again, looking at CAMA 2020, the issue of beneficial ownership, the requirement that now if you reach a certain threshold of ownership of shares, and it was important that you disclose that you own it. So if on paper, Tony Bashir's name is there, but indeed Dr. Duale is the owner of the shares, and we reach that threshold, I must disclose that Dr. Duale is the beneficial owner of the shares. And this ties into what the government committed to. I believe this is the Open Government Partnership on Transparency. I mean, the idea is if things are done in a more transparent manner, then investors are comforted, and we are in a situation whereby we want to attract FDIs, to support our economy. So essentially, we must look at all these laws and ensure that we bring them in line with international best practices, in line with the economic realities, and just make it more progressive, because ultimately it generally affects the economy, and that's the only way, or one of the different ways, we can then move the economy forward.
All right, Dr. Duale, listening to Tony talk there, I can't but help to imagine what the feedback has been like from the investment community.
It's been really, really good. I think stakeholders have been very, very eagerly waiting, and they've been patient. This bill should have really been signed into law over a year ago. Stakeholders have been really patient. They're very, very excited right now, just waiting to incorporate new businesses. A lot of entrepreneurs very excited about the single member company, but also a lot of so it's been a phenomenal response. Of course, there's a lot more oversight in the piece of legislation, and you have some pockets not really wanting a lot of the new oversight. The only permanent thing in the world is change. But what we say to that is that we're moving up to global best practice. This is what obtains all across the world. Greater oversight. We don't need to wait to have an Enron or a Lehman Brothers or any other thing. You saw the Institute of Directors about 2 weeks ago launching a new ethics code. These are global issues that are pertinent, and we're committed to making sure that not only is it easier to do business in Nigeria, but it's more transparent and to the highest levels of integrity at all times. So we're very delighted, and stakeholders, the response has been phenomenal. We've had, and I must publicly thank Mrs. Bashir. She anchored the entire technical process, working with a lot of stakeholders to make this happen. Yeah, so very happy.
All right, still a lot to talk about that when you talk about the investment community and the impact that we're going to see this new act bring to board. And Tony, I would like you to speak on for listed companies, though, you know, and especially around the share capital changes and how this will play out going forward.
Okay, so now under the repealed act, what was recognized was something called the authorized share capital. So in practical terms, you would set up a company, and let's say you set up a company of 100 million naira share capital. I mean, this is just basically on paper, but then you then had to pay for the entire shares that you have created. And so in order to mitigate the costs of doing that, so the concept of issued share capital was introduced. And this means that you would only create the shares that you require at any point in time, and so you would pay for it. So companies now, so it essentially authorized share capital has been abolished, and in its place you now have the issued share capital. So there's a requirement that as a result of any increase post-registration, 25% of that issued share capital must be paid for. And this is just to ensure that the companies have monies that will continue to enable it to run, as opposed to just having shares, which are just that shares on paper. So that really is the difference. That was the new innovative inclusion in the CAMA 2020 in relation to share capital.
All right, Dr. Oduwole, it's still quite a lot here I'm trying to uncover on this CAMA Act, and, you know, looking at the provisions around mergers and acquisitions. And I would like to understand how it fits into especially the guidelines provided by the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, how it sits into their guidelines.
I think Mrs. Bashir should take that, actually. I really think she should take that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but Mrs. Bashir, you can take that one.
So there's a hierarchical sort of like a structure between the FCCPC and the Securities and Exchange Commission, essentially just basically to modulate in terms of those transactions. So there are extant provisions which ensure that such transactions do not end up creating a monopoly essentially in the system. So you have situations whereby two companies are coming together, and in that process, you now have a dominant party in the market. And essentially that was the essence of the introduction of the competition law that we now have. And so the provisions actually support it. In fact, it also alludes, there's a thinking around the business community as to the application even of the anti-competition laws to non-profit companies. We've seen it around the world, that even in other countries around the world, non-profit companies are also looked at to ensure that essentially they operate in a space where they are not essentially going for profit or having a dominant factor in the market, and so they work. So in essence, they're working in tandem together. That is the FCCPC and the Securities and Exchange Commission.
All right, there's still a lot to look at then, definitely. But Dr. Oduwole, if I let you guys go, just like to speak on the gray areas that are still there. I understand that it's a wonderful bill, but I'm sure definitely it's not a perfect bill yet, and I'm sure there are areas you want to improve on as time goes on. I'd like you to speak to some of the areas you think still need further tweaking and you could work on going into the future to make this even better going forward.
Okay. Excellent. So I think that maybe one of the areas I would touch on would be the netting provisions. We're going to go even further in our business facilitation omnibus bill that I spoke about. We engaged up to a point with the capital markets and the Securities and Exchange Commission. Right now, they have their regulations, and we're coming up with a very vibrant debt derivatives market. There's still some way further that they'd like the enabling environment legally to go. And we've already started discussions and we're committed to supporting them as far as they need legislation in place to be able to thrive. So that's one of the areas that we were already speaking. There had to be a cutoff at some point. The act, we were in discussions for quite a while, so there had to be a cutoff to push in the legislative process, but we've already committed to supporting them to go even further. So that's already ongoing. There's some other areas that were up for discussion, some filtered into the finance bill. But I alluded to, we had an overlap. So we started with a section of business law of the Nigerian Bar Association, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and a number of other stakeholders from the private sector working on an omnibus bill along with the Ministry of Justice of the Federal Government of Nigeria. So that work was going on almost parallel. Some of the provisions went into the finance bill, some of the provisions went into the CAMA. So that work, you'll see within not too long a time, in the relatively short time, you'll see some more coming out of the National Assembly when the executive bill is introduced into the process.
All right, then. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining me on Beyond Market today. I'm afraid that's all we have time for today. I've been speaking to Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. She's the special advisor to the Nigerian president on the ease of doing business, and also Toyin Bashir. She's the partner at Banwa Nigodalo and also the head of the legal cluster of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, which is PEBEC. Thank you so much for watching, and that's all on Beyond Markets today. Remember, you can catch the show at 5 p.m. West Africa time daily, and have access to all episodes of Beyond Markets on our website. That's at cnbcafrica.com. For me and the team, enjoy the rest of your day.
One, two. You weren't there. You weren't there when humans conquered fire, when they wore animal skin attire or invented the bicycle tire. You weren't there when they created algebra, built the pyramids in Giza, or painted the Mona Lisa. You weren't there when they first made paper or built the amphitheater, when they calculated gravity or made flying reality. You weren't there when they composed the classics or discovered antibiotics, made the mechanical clock, or taught the world to rock. But you could be there and with your own eyes witness new acts of human genius. Be there to see the alliance of art, music, fashion, and science. See a futuristic festival filled with ideas new and radical. Performance is magical in a 6-month-long spectacle. This you can't afford to miss. It's the best of humankind in the greatest show of our time.
We'll discuss the implications for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We'll begin in Ghana and discuss the investment case for Ghana.
A lot of the countries in Southern Europe are in crisis.
It's either banks start lending as advised by CBN, or we see reinvestment.
These are matters of international public law.
At times, your traditional wealth measures can be incomplete when it comes to trying to predict growth.
In challenging times, it is easy to forget what ignited your passion for business. Remember when you were a dreamer, a change maker, a job creator. Recall the promise, the rush, the prospects of success, and the dawn of a brighter tomorrow in the absence of isolation. The new reality of today requires a reboot, a reimagining, and a redirection of ideas. Let's reload opportunities, reimagine growth, renew connections, redirect conversations, regain advantage, revive this economic powerhouse, reignite Gauteng. In us, you have a partner who can open doors, connect you to opportunities, and unlock Gauteng's dynamic possibilities. Remember GGDA.
He said, well, you know, are you the Nigerian student? I said, yes. He said, they tell me you're smart. I said, I don't know. He said, but they tell me you don't have money. He said, that one is absolutely correct.
Dr. Adesina, your leadership embodies the American virtues of hard work and self-determination. From your upbringing in challenging circumstances to your academic training at Purdue University, your life experience and your dedication inspires many people around the world. The United States is and remains committed to food security, and we will continue to work with leaders like you to find innovative ways to end global hunger. Thank you for your commitment and your contributions to make the world a better place. Sincerely, Michael Pence, Vice President of the United States of America. Congratulations.
Margaret Madeline Chase Smith was an American politician, once said, "Public service must be more than doing a job efficiently and honestly. It must be a complete dedication to the people and to the nation." This vividly describes the life, work, and mission of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the current president of Africa Development Bank, AFDB. Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, a distinguished Nigerian, an outstanding public servant, an eternal optimist, and a first-class farmer with a bow tie. Dr. Adesina, for short, is brilliant, very smart, charismatic, speaks in quotable sound bites and loaded with international and government experience. He can hold a room with style and a smile, sporting a trademark bow tie and quip for all occasions. Whenever he discusses the implementation of his projects at Africa Development Bank or discusses Africa, he's always doing it with passion.
That Africa is open for business. The opportunities are there. You know, when people look at Africa, think of the population, think of the middle class, think of the huge opportunities to invest across borders, not just limited by the boundaries of borders. And look at the opportunities for you to be able to invest in a continent with a population that will be the same size of China and India by the last 2050, rapid middle class, a continent that's thriving with young people with lots of things to do. I guess the way I can only summarize it for the continent is what one of the senators, Senator Coons in the United States, said when they were launching their investment program for Africa. He said, think of the next China after China. We were thinking about that. And we think that next China after China is going to be Africa.
With a very clear vision, powered by an irrepressible passion, Adesina unleashed Africa's passion to feed itself and lift millions of its people out of poverty into wealth. Dr. Adesina described himself as,
Akinwumi Adesina is somebody who is very focused in life. The only thing that gives him satisfaction is just seeing lives of people transformed. And not just in terms of one or two, in terms of tens of millions of people transformed. I think my life is only useful to the extent in which it changes the lives of others. That's me. That's what keeps me awake every day.
May 28, 2015. Dr. Akinwumi Adesina made history when he was elected as the 8th president of Africa Development Bank, thus becoming the first Nigerian to occupy that exalted position since the establishment of the bank in 1964.
This is a mission that I pledge to dedicate myself as president of the African Development Bank, expanding opportunities and unlocking potentials for countries, for women, for the youth, for the private sector, for the continent.
Dr. Akinwumi promised to make African Development Bank a world first-class bank and substantially improve the patronage and customer experience, and he did it. Armed with a sharp vision for a much improved quality of life for Africans, he launched 5 priorities, high fives.
To light up and empower Africa. The second one was to make sure we can feed Africa. The third one is that we can integrate Africa. Fourth one is that we will industrialize Africa. And finally, the most important thing, where the rubber meets the road, is that we will improve the quality of life for the people of Africa.
The high 5 priorities, light up and empower Africa, feed Africa, integrate Africa, industrialize Africa, and improve the quality of life of the people of Africa, are rapidly transforming Africa and have received massive support all across Africa and globally.
D'abord, il faut qu'il y ait d'abord la transparence au niveau de tous les impôts que nous faisons sur les gens qui font le transport. Deuxièmement, il faut aider les gens qui sont dans le secteur informel.
In less than 5 years of his first-term mandate, the following unprecedented impacts were achieved. 18 million people were provided with access to electricity through Light Up and Power Africa. 141 million people gained access to improved agricultural technologies for food security through Feed Africa. 13 million people benefited from access to finance from private sector investment projects through Industrialize Africa. 101 million people benefited from access to better transport through Integrate Africa. 60 million people benefit from improved access to water and sanitation under Improved Quality of Life for the People of Africa. As Africa faced the coronavirus pandemic, Dr. Adesina led the bank to respond boldly. The bank announced a $10 billion crisis response facility in support of African countries. The bank also successfully launched a $3 billion Fight COVID-19 social bond on the global capital markets, which has been acclaimed as the largest U.S. dollar-denominated social bond ever in world history. The bond is now listed on the London Stock Exchange, now oversubscribed at $4.6 billion. Dr. Adesina and his powerful team at the African Development Bank made it happen. In summary, under Dr. Adesina's leadership, in less than 5 years, the bank's investments have benefited and impacted a total of 333 million Africans, an impact unprecedented since the bank's establishment in 1964. Dr. Adesina has continued to manage the bank exceptionally well.
Be more business-driven, make sure we can actually mobilize more resources to help African countries.
Whatever projects or business Dr. Akinwumi Adesina gets involved with, it becomes instantly successful. Dr. Adesina led a bold move to expand the capital of the bank to help further accelerate the continent's development. The bank successfully achieved a historic 125% increase in its capital in October 2019, increasing by $115 billion, from $93 billion to $208 billion. On record, this is the highest ever in the history of the bank. The African Development Bank's concessional window, the African Development Fund, ADF, was successfully replenished in December 2019. Donors' contributions to ADF 15 increased by 35%, which will make more funding available to support low-income countries and transition states on the continent.
I don't want a bank that is an elephant. I want a bank that's like a lion that's able to hunt and do things very fast.
The bank is very well managed. It has maintained its AAA rating by all the global rating agencies for 5 years in a row. In 2018, the bank recorded an unprecedented first when it was ranked number 1 by the Multilateral Organization Performance Assessment Network, MOPAN, a position jointly shared with the World Bank. Publish What You Fund ranked the bank in 2018 as the 4th most transparent institution among 45 global institutions. Dr. Adesina has led an unprecedented effort to attract investments to Africa, for the first time putting African Development Bank at the forefront of galvanizing investors around the world to invest massively in Africa across sectors.
Think of a continent
brimming with 840 million youth, the youngest population in the world by 2050. Don't think far, just think Africa. The United States, therefore, and its private sector must change the lenses with which they look at Africa. Africa offers the United States the best deal of the century.
I don't see my position as president of the bank as a job. It's not a job at all. It's a mission. It's a mission to help with all of my colleagues and other partners to unlock opportunities for Africa, for that little child that is sitting in a little village somewhere that needs to go to school, for the women and girls that need access to water, for those that need access to good medication, to small businesses that need access to money, to a lot of Africans that need to have access to electricity, and to look at our continent, so rich, with a lot of water, cheap labor, great sunshine, almost anything you grow in Africa, you throw it up, before it hits the ground, it can grow. That's how God has blessed Africa. Now, I am driven constantly by a greater ambition for Africa. This can be a greater continent. This can be a continent where we can able to create a lot of massive amount of jobs. I want us to develop Africa with pride, a sense of confidence that finally Africa turned the corner. That's what drives me every single day. So it's not a job, it's a mission.
Who is this incredible Nigerian-born farmer, a world-renowned economist and eternal optimist? Adesina was born in February 1960 to the family of a farmer, Mr. Ronald Folorunso Adesina, and Eunice Adesina in an ancient city of Ibadan, western Nigeria. With little money, young Akinwumi Ayodeji went to a village school. From very humble beginnings and determination to rise out of poverty, young Akinwumi showed signs of success very early. He saw education as a leveler that will make the child of a poor man stand shoulder to shoulder with children of the rich and famous, words his father, Roland Adesina, engraved in his heart. Adesina, history maker. Young Adesina made history in 1981 when he graduated from the prestigious University of Ife, Nigeria, with a first-class honors degree in agricultural economics. Akinwumi Adesina made history when he became the first to make distinction in the university's history. Akinwumi Adesina proceeded to Purdue University, West Lafayette, state of Indiana, United States, for his master's and doctorate degrees. While in Purdue University, things were rough financially, with just 25 cents in his pocket, all he got in entire world, in a very chilling cold weather, no gloves, no winter coat, no money to eat. Akinwumi, a foreign student in a foreign country, focused his attention to God. With prayer and faith, God came to his rescue at the point of his need.
And my first semester, the funds just ran dry. The government wasn't paying my scholarship. And I was living on Cumberland, and I used to walk all the way to school. I didn't have sweater much. I didn't have gloves. It was very cold here, and one day, I had only 25 cents left in the world. And I prayed that day. I said, God, you got to do some miracles today. And I went to school, and I saw John Connors, who was one of my professors who taught me price analysis. And John Connors, I said, well, to John, look, I have only 25 cents left. And John Connors opened his drawer, and he wrote me a check for $100. Ooh. And he said, you pay that back at the end of your PhD, right? And then he said, well, when you go in, just go down to the 5th floor and go see a guy there whose name is called Phil Abbott. And Phil is here. So I enter Phil's office, and Phil, of course, he will back you. He was more concerned about his computer than you. So I walked in, and he said, well, are you the Nigerian student? I said, yes. He said, they tell me you're smart. I said, I don't know. He said, but they tell me you don't have money. He said, that one is absolutely correct. And then he said to me, you have an assistantship. So I got an assistantship my first semester because of him. And I said, what does it really mean, assistantship? I said, does it mean I get paid at the end of this month? That was the first time he turned his chair. He looked at me. He said, well, look, this is United States of America. When you work hard, you get paid. I said, don't get angry. I just want to get paid at the end of the month. And so that was how I got my master's training. And when it was time for my PhD, John Sanders did the same for me and got me on an InSawmill project. And I was able to do my PhD. So the point I'm trying to make to you, President, is that I was glad to have chosen Purdue, but I also have fantastic professors. I got a lot of love out of here. So many of my professors are all here from Aga Khan, who poured themselves into me. So this is a world-class university. I think I wouldn't be who I am today without a world-class education I got out of here.
Purdue University, West Lafayette, Indiana, is one of the top-rated world-class universities. The school is noted for training global leaders. In 1988, he obtained his Ph.D. in agricultural economics from Purdue University, United States of America, at the age of 28 years. Again, Nigerian-born son of a farmer won the Outstanding Ph.D. Thesis Award from Purdue University in the United States. A goldfish has no hiding place, and a heart of service is like rivers that bring life everywhere it goes. Steve Sensky, Deputy Secretary, United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, was so impressed. Hear what he said about Dr. Adesina.
He previously served as Nigeria's Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, during which he implemented bold policy reforms and created new agricultural investment programs to expand opportunities for the private sector. A distinguished development economist and agriculture development expert, Dr. Adesina was Vice President of the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa and Associate Director of the Rockefeller Foundation in New York, where he worked for a decade in various senior positions, including as Regional Office Director and Representative for Southern Africa. He was a Principal Economist for the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Principal Economist and Coordinator of the West Africa Rice Economics Task Force at the West Africa Rice Development Association, and Assistant Principal Economist at the International Crop Research Institute in the semi-arid tropics. He was also President of the African Association of Agriculture Economists. Are you impressed yet? I am.
African countries saw the success of his work, and a spark was ignited as nations embraced his approach to agriculture as a business. The youth across Africa flocked to agriculture, inspired by Adesina's call that agriculture is a business and not a way of life. Recognitions and accolades came in droves to celebrate Adesina's vision, passion, and the transformative impacts of his several innovations. In October 2017, Purdue University, USA, decorated Dr. Akinwumi Adesina with its highest honor, the Order of the Griffin, recognizing his vision to boost up agricultural economy in Africa, a rare honor given only to 50 persons since 1893, including to Neil Armstrong, the first man to walk on the moon.
We have a lot of recognitions here at Purdue and lots of ways to honor people who do extraordinary things. The single highest of these, been given fewer than 50 times in history, is called the Griffin Award. And those of us who huddled on this subject took no time at all to decide that if anyone ever merited the Griffin Award from Purdue University, it's you, Dr. Adesina. Here it is, and thank you.
In February 2019, Dr. Adesina was awarded the prestigious Sunhak Peace Prize in Seoul, South Korea, for his global leadership on agriculture, food security, transparency, and good governance. In October 2017, people from all walks of life, including world leaders, governors, top politicians, academicians, government representatives, gathered together in Iowa, United States to honor Dr. Akinwumi Adesina when he won 2017 World Food Prize Foundation Award.
Tonight we are honoring one of the most dynamic leaders in promoting food security and inspiring young people, not only in Africa, but around the world. The 2017 World Food Prize laureate's personal story is one of incredible achievement. He is a man who rose out of poverty himself and is now leading millions of others on the road to a better life through education, improved nutrition, and increased agricultural production. And in those efforts, he gives great emphasis to empowering women. I am therefore extremely proud as governor of the great state of Iowa to officially proclaim Dr. Akinwumi Adesina as the 2017 World Food Prize Laureate. Congratulations.
Dr. Akinwumi Ayodeji Adesina, a father, a family man, a mentor, and a good husband to his wife. Adesina met his long life partner and love of his life, Grace, in a Christian fellowship group they co-founded at the university. Akinwumi, the son of a farmer, could not hide his love for Grace, the daughter of Dr. Olorun Toba, former Minister Agriculture in Nigeria. Akinwumi Adesina and Grace got married in 1984, and since then they have been inseparable.
It's great to be back with Grace, and talking of Grace and bow ties, actually I got into bow tie because of Grace, and she buys all the bow ties, and she actually taught me how to tie them, so credit goes to her. So
Dr. Adesina connects the world with his infectious smile. Wherever Dr. Akinwumi Adesina goes, he touches lives with his infectious smile, a special gift he inherited from his father.
I'm very proud of the laudable achievements of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, an exemplary product of the Faculty of Agriculture of Bafemi Awolowo University under the mentorship of the legendary Professor Wale Omole, who was the faculty dean when Dr. Adesina graduated. Africa is indeed blessed to have Dr. Adesina head the Strategic African Development Bank, an organization tasked with the eradication of the most basic of Africa's problems: hunger and food supply. Hearty congratulations to Dr. Adesina on his induction into the prestigious and elite group of amazing Nigerians.
Dr. Akinwumi Adesina is not just an exemplary Nigerian, but an African, an example to the entire black race. And I must say, Dr. Adesina, you have not just created a path, but set the precedence so that those coming behind you will create a trail of glory. And I must say, commend you, and I say thank you very much. God bless you.
Also, the president of Soleil Kenyan Foundation, Dr. Terrence Baker, said,
"It's incredible to have a leader that can interface between the African nations, their needs for independency, and their needs to be able to feed themselves, provide basic health care, provide basic energy, promote women's rights, promote the rights of entrepreneurs to start small businesses. And this man, and this man only, is in the right place in history at the right time in order to bring all of these ideas together."
The United States said on Friday it had suspended cooperation with Mali's military in response to the overthrow of President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta, as thousands gathered in Bamako's Independence Square to celebrate the junta's takeover. Keïta's ousting has dismayed Mali's international partners, who fear it could further destabilize the former French colony and West Africa's entire Sahel region. The United States regularly provides training to soldiers.